How do I do this every day? I say after like taking like 4 or 5 days where uh, and no kind of doing it every single day. But we get pretty goddamn close. Da, 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 da. Boom. So. Yeah. The story thus far. Let me see. People are lolling at a pronoun chat. Someone. That's everybody. I might let fucking old llamas know. And then, whoa, look at all these RPGs. Oh, those aren't RPGs. Those are AR-15 bolts. It's a whole different fucking kettle of fish. I'm a fucking noob. Like, gandering at these extractor bolts. I can't tell the difference between some of these people's writing channels and like an OnlyFans stream. God damn. What am I gonna see if I click on some of these? Trouble. Trouble is what I'm gonna see. Trouble ahead and trouble behind. Too much trouble. Well, it's day 19. She said I'm 19. Or I said I'm 19. She said, stop lying. I said as I am. Go ask your mother. And with your wrinkled pussy, I can't be your lover. Into the tick-tock and you don't stop. Shout out to Slick Rick, wherever you are. Wherever. Now, I don't have a lot of get up and go today. I'm still going to get up and finish this motherfucking chapter. Because I'm tired of looking at it. Real tired. Been on this for a week. So, this is RAPAXORIS by Zach ZYZ. If you're just tuning in, and I'm past the stage of angrily muttering to myself in a studio. The game plan here is you can look in the YouTube description or wherever I link this to you on Discord or IRC or what have you. And there is a summary of the story thus far for this. We just went over it yesterday, so I'm not going to go over it every day. But you can see like a chapter by chapter synopsis of everything that's happened in the story thus far. This is an epic fantasy story about a delve into a legendary dungeon. And we're still getting our characters into the dungeon. You know, getting up in a dungeon is not, it's not like you wake up in the morning and you're like, I'd like to chill in a dank pit with hundreds of levels and intersecting rooms full of demons and treasure and so forth. We have to build up to that point in the narrative, and we're trying to do so here. This is chapter 1.8. So just a brief synopsis is thus far. These four characters are in pursuit of a thief who stole a magic orb from the father of El Shala, the character this point of view is written from. The character whose point of view this chapter is written from. We are editing after all. And I'm Zach ZYZ, writer from Brooklyn, New York. I do this just about every day. I have no real success to speak of. But I've been doing this all day, every day for like the last 2 years. And I've become significantly better at editing. Yeah, somebody who was never any kind of editor whatsoever. I'm just starting to get the hang of it by sheer dint of dogged persistence and no real talent or natural inclination to make things better. Usually, I'm the one making things worse. So it's all new to me. So let's do chapter 1.8. Balance in all things. As the wheel of fortune lifted the old man and the thief, it rolled over the four fools in dogged pursuit. El Shalah's party reached a serpentine stretch where the Rakar ran low. I want to call this the Rakar River. The Rakar River ran low. Their long canoe became a liability. The four travelers had to disembark often to scramble over stones and muddle up riverbanks. I wonder if there's a comma there. They had to disembark often. And then why they had to disembark often. You need a semicolon because there's two separate clauses. Ugh. Yeah, all that's missing is if we put in order to. I'm not putting a comma there. Fuck that. It doesn't seem right. It just it feels hokey to me. We can put this actually into MS Word, which does it does a little bit better. Fucking here, hold on. Let me gander at this. Let me just make sure that my MS Word doesn't include. Did I need to do that? No, I didn't need to do that. Yeah, I just want to make sure that my MS Word didn't have like my list of enemies on it or whatever. Okay, yeah. So MS Word seems to conclude that you do not need a comma there. It just does the most perfunctory and basic grammar checking. Oh, what's going on, Coffee Quills? I remember you. You were there for... Oh, did I show you... Were you here for the edit of Zeros? We got those arcs right here. Look at this guy. He's shiny and gorgeous, thick, lustrous. Happy about that book. I think a lot of people are going to be happy about that book, actually, because it is a fun tome. But yeah, I think that was the last one they were editing the last time that you were around here. But now we're back on to some fantasy-type stuff. El Shalah's party reached a serpentine stretch where the Rakar River ran low. Their long canoe became a liability. The four travelers had to disembark often to scramble over stones and muddle up riverbanks. Revel hacked paths through the brambles. Revel hacked a path through the bramble, while Yellow Hat and Stirs loved the heavy boat, cursing him with every step. All right, I like that a little bit better. Come on. Revel hacked a path through the bramble, while Yellow Hat and Stirs lugged the heavy boat, cursing him with every step. It just flows like a little bit better to my ear. Even though we make that like a longer sentence, it's a little bit more flowing. It's really, when you have like, to me, having a bunch of sentences that are like the staccato, this was that, and that was this was that, blah, 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 it fucks up the rhythm. And I'm good enough for that myself. They slogged on until even the bard was miserable. Yellow Hat pestered El Shalah for more cane hourly. He was refused every time. As the day burned on, his eyes narrowed into reptilian slits. The fiend was stirring. Revel ordered Hat to switch places with Stirs so they could all keep an eye on him. At the prow, Yellow Hat shivered and hissed poisonous little mutters upriver. The Rakar babbled along with him. So I like that. I like that we identify that the Rakar is a river earlier, because later we do this personification of the river. Like it's like, fucking, I'll kill you all. And the Rakar's like, the river's like, blah, 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 right along with him. So that works for me. I know I'm just justifying an irrational decision, but what else are we doing every single day of our lives? Behind him, Stirs the Hook looked daunted. Behind Yellow Hat, Stirs the Hook looked daunted. He flinched at every rustle on the riverbank and got lost peering into the darkness between the trees. None of them were comfortable, but Stirs was completely out of his element. It was the first time in his life he'd ever left Tinkerton. When a bear nosed its way out of a blueberry bush to peer at the canoe, Stirs screamed in terror. The others laughed so hard they nearly capsized. Stirs the Hook was a hard, brutal man on the docks of Laz. On the Rakar, he was hopeless at everything but rowing. Luckily, there was plenty to be done. Yeah, we can't omit rowing there. It make good sense. Luckily, there was plenty of rowing to be done. There was plenty rowing to be done. Luckily, there was plenty rowing to be done. I think I need of. Do we want to call it plenty or ample? Luckily, there was ample rowing to be done. I like ample a little better. If it's better with the narrator's voice. My voice. Yellowhat and El Shalah contributed what they could, but the real work fell on Stirs and Revel. With tireless strokes, the two men drove the canoe upriver. To take her mind off her aching shoulders, El Shalah drifted her eyes across Revel's broad back. If only they were alone. Salacious thoughts swept her back to Arras' bedchamber. There, the daydream foundered. She rowed harder and became caught in a terrible... She rowed harder to drive away the thought and became caught in a terrible cycle of rumination. She would redouble her efforts, tire, and slip back into fantasy. The worry was always there, ready to pounce. Each time she envisioned telling Arath, okay, so I think naturally she would say her father, but in the context of the story it has to be Arath, because we've edited this like 5 times already. So each time she envisioned telling Arath she lost the gate orb, the scene grew darker in her mind. So, Mind's Eye is a little bit clunky right there, but essentially, we're really asking a lot from the reader. Needs a that. Yeah, it's weird to like be interjecting words instead of removing them, but like just some of these are absolutely pivotal for clarity. Let's see. It works fine. Nobody else is reading it aloud. Well, it has to work fine for people reading it aloud, too. Remember, this is going to be an audiobook. Let's try this once again, because this is it's a critical, one of few paragraphs in the story where you get an insight into what this character is thinking. And the thing is that what other people are thinking is usually boring to people. So... To take her mind off her aching shoulders, El Shalah drifted her... Oh, good morning, by the way. Spathiwa, thank you for joining us. Glad you're here. To take her mind off her aching shoulders, El Shalah drifted her eyes across Revel's broad back. If only they were alone. Salacious... if only they were... Yeah. Yeah. And there's no exclamation point there. It's not like, I desperately need to... rail this oaf. God, I almost want to break this into a different paragraph, but you could include the word thinking if only they were alone, but to take her mind off her aching shoulders. Oh yeah, why is this even here? Get that shit out of here. Yeah. Salacious thoughts. Yeah, we can just cut that. Nah, better. To take her mind off her aching shoulders, El Shalah drifted her eyes across Revel's broad back and wished they were alone. Salacious thoughts swept her back to Aras's bedchamber. There, the daydream foundered. She rode harder to drive away the thought and became caught in a terrible cycle of rumination. She would redouble her efforts, tire, and slip back into fantasy. The worry was always there, ready to pounce. Each time she envisioned telling Arath that she lost the gate orb, the confrontation grew darker in her mind's eye. After a dozen repetitions, dying on the desolate river seemed mild by comparison. I like that. Yeah, I thought about putting the italics in the long line, but it's so much easier to. I really, like I said, I always hate to use italics for emphasis, and I hate to have the direct thoughts of the character anytime where you can just tell it in a simple line or whatever. You have to have a very strong reason, in my view, to see the direct thoughts of a character if it's not a story where you're constantly going back to it. Like in Zeros, I'm gonna flip open. And we're in the sixth circle, a dream sequence of Zeros, but we can flip to almost any page. No, I'm lying. I thought I could flip to like any page and find a direct quoted thought from the character, but it's definitely more frequent. But that's first person past right there, and this is definitely third person past, and just. I think in third person past, the number of times that you can do it. No, because this is it's not past tense there. It's simple past. She would redouble. She would do this, but yeah. So. Yeah, I don't think had is appropriate there. You're right in a little bit because we slip into a different tense here when we talk about what she would do. The worry was always there, ready to pounce. So yeah, there's the minor micro tense shift right here, which is blah blah blah. She's thinking, rose harder, terrible cycle of rejuvenation. This says what the cycle is. So it almost puts her into like a slightly future tense, and then she's back to past tense here. It's weird how I see like the ripple there, but okay. So I like the word about. Each time she envisioned telling Arath about losing the gate orb, the confrontation. Oh, that's better. That actually adds a tremendous amount of clarity for no price whatsoever. That's good. I like it. Very good. Needs of that. Okay, so you get 2 points. You're up to 33 right there. That's better. Yeah, because it really was a pretty clunky sentence right there. Each time she envisioned telling Arath about losing the gate orb, the confrontation grew darker in her mind's eye. After a dozen repetitions, dying on the desolate river seemed mild by comparison. And critical, like because you read this previously, critical that we establish that this is something that she's obsessing over a little bit. Because otherwise, otherwise, the character comes across as like, why don't you just let him fucking open up the mountain full of devils? Jesus, lady. Okay, cool. So we're changing this here. Yellow Hat twisted back to face her, breaking the cycle. I like that because it shows that there's an interruption in this this cycle of thought. This is almost like a Let me I guess you're wondering how I got here. So, um, and then there we go. El-Shalah scowled back. Hat had interrupted. Like Hat had interrupted. Hat had interrupted a pretty, although it's hard to parse. Yellow Hat twisted back to face her, breaking the cycle. What is that? El-Shalah scowled back. Oh, it has to be Yellow Hat. Yellow Hat had interrupted a particularly lurid phase. She raised her oar, ready to brain the bard if this was another lame ploy to wheedle Cain. This was no act. The day grew dark, and an unsettling hum rose above the rush of the Rakar. Again, so happy that we added Rakar River a little bit earlier. It makes every repetition of it, because somebody might have just picked up this fucking book. Like, hey, I wonder what's in chapter 8 of this. And just establishing river there makes all the difference. This was no act. The day grew dark, and an unsettling hum rose above the rush of the Rakar. Stirs pulled in his oar and reached for his hook. Revel drew his sword. So I don't like twisted. Well, so let's think about what this bird. So he's at the prow of the canoe on like one of those little boards that goes across, or maybe he's just like huddled up there at the front. Let's say that he's on like one of those planks. It's a 4-man canoe. He is sitting up there. He literally has to do a twisting motion with his body, and he wants to face her. So he has. It's not like he's going to spin around in his seat right there. It's 100% Arrow fanfics. The other part of it is I like the connotation that he himself is a little bit twisted. So I'd say to keep right there. Yellow Hat twisted back to face her, breaking the cycle. What is that? El-Shalah scowled back. Yellow Hatted, and honestly, if it's Arrow fanfics, so much the better because we were just in Arrow fanfic mode. We'll see if like another, if somebody else disagrees, I would rethink. But actually, because in my mind's eye, it used to be he turned back to talk with her, and when we swapped to the verb, it was like Milkness's suggestion that we swap to the verb twisted. Immediately, the picture became clearer in my mind. Oh yeah, that is better. Yeah. Well, let's try. Yellow Hat twisted to face her, breaking the cycle. No, that does sound cool. I don't know why I'm so hung up on how things sound. Yellow Hat twisted to face her. Like, that could be a metal lyric. Yellow Hat twisted back to face her, breaking the cycle. Yellow Hat twisted backward. No, that sounds like he's doing, like, acrobatics. Yellow Hat twisted back to face her, breaking the cycle. Yellow Hat twisted to face her. Yeah, the back has to be there. Twisted back. Oh, I see where you're coming from. Let's fucking cut it. Yeah, let's just do that. If only because like it really does sound cool. It sounds like Twisted Defacer to me, which I could see it like being howled by a hairband. Yellow Hat twisted around to face her. No, the around doesn't help. So here's a question. Yellow Hat twisted to face El-Shalah, breaking the cycle. She scowled back. No, it's fine. Like, yeah, We're hyperfixating thanks to Digimore coffee. Yeah, well, if I ever got really famous off of Zeros or whatever, the first thing I would do is reach out to these guys right here, fucking Anodyne Coffee, and ask them to brew up Digimore espresso beans. This was no act. The day grew dark, and an unsettling hum rose above the rush of the Rakar. Stirs pulled in his oar and reached for his hook. Revel drew his sword. With no one rowing, the strong current began to push the canoe back downstream. The four travelers scanned the riverbanks. No, they're not really adventurers. Like, the four travelers scanned the riverbanks, searching for the source of the strange sound. This sentence sounds like wrong. The four travelers scanned the riverbanks, searching for the source of the strange sound. A bee landed on the blade of El Shalah's oar. Then another, then four, then there was then another, then there were a dozen. A bee landed on the blade of El Shalah's oar. Then another, then there were a dozen. The drone grew louder and the air filled with buzzing streaks. Ah! El Shalah cried out. Oh, I don't like that. I think that's why that's in there. Like anytime you see like a weird phrase, it's because I'm obsessed with alliterating in unnecessary places. I was just thinking this morning in the shower that I should about a magazine that I'm going to try and sell that Aporia and Astoria. You know the rat story. I want to do it. They won't buy it, but fuck it. I still want to submit it. Piss. Ah! El Shalah cried. Ah! El cried out, jerking the oar. A million wings drowned her out. Mm-hmm. I don't like enormous swarm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this description could be a little bit better. A million wings drowned her out. No, I don't like them rolling down the river. Because this swarm... yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. A million wings drowned her out as this... I don't like swarm descended. Mm. So I do want to like specify that this is an unusual swarm of bees. That they're like much too large, but I want to do that without exposition, if at all possible. I don't want to be. Well, El Shala knew all along that bees usually numbered in the like tens of thousands, and this was obviously like 100,000. Um, let's look for something better than enormous, like my dick. Um, excessive, monstrous, numerous, copious, multifarious, plentiful, diverse. Yeah, it does. It's thick enough to cast them into darkness, and later we talk about how it like steals away the day. Umpteen, voluminous, multifarious, multitudinal, copious. Oh, I love copious. I wish bounteous worked or whatever. Super abundant. This is closer to what I want. Oh, I like astounding. An astounding swarm. You can't. Astounding is one of those words where it doesn't actually do what you want because nobody is actually astounded by the use of that word. Yeah. Fulsome swarm of copious flying. A copious. Yeah, I think a massive swarm is better. A massive swarm of bees. Hmm. Yeah. A million wings drowned her out and cast the day into a flickering twilight. The canoe was engulfed by a massive swarm of bees. We can check out. A million wings drowned her out and cast the day. I don't like it. I don't really try to find proper adjectives. Ridiculous or absurd. Fix 99% of usage. A pogrom of bees. A billion bees. God. Mm-hmm. A million wings drowned her out. Yeah. The swarm engulfed the canoe. A swarm of bees engulfed the canoe. I like that stirs said sternly from astern. Ugh. But he's at the bow, not at the stern. Come on, nigga. Get your stuff together. That's superb though. It's a catastrophe. Ugh. A massive swarm of bees engulfed the canoe. Like locusts, they swallowed the sun and turned mid-afternoon to twilight. Mm. Yeah. So let me just sit and think about what's it actually like when sitting in a canoe, paddling along. Ah! That's the zzz is the sound that's missing. Her voice was drowned out by a million buzzing wings. Her voice was drowned out by a million buzzing wings. Plague of bees. Yeah. We should maybe say something about how people react to the fact that they're like a swarm of bees rolls over them. Her voice was drowned out by a million buzzing wings. Bees blotted out the sun and cast the afternoon into a flickering twilight. The canoe was engulfed in an instant. There we go. Okay, so I want something about how they react to. No, I can't do it. Deafened. No, that's not. That doesn't work. I wonder if there's a better word for. I think swarm is like the only word that does it. Throng, concourse, the bevy of bees. Okay. Oh, what does bevy actually fucking mean? Hmm. A group of birds, larks, quail, animals, as roebuck in close association. Huh. I wonder if brood can be used for bees. Yeah, I think eggs, larvae, and pupae in beekeeping. Bee brood. Okay, so brood can be used. I want to use the word cacophonous brood. Oh, I really want to have bees. Hmm. Her voice was drowned out by a million buzzing wings. Bees. The cacophonous. Yeah. Hmm. The I don't. I don't. What could it be? Is in my top five favorite YouTube vids. I loved just everybody. I love that like it's hip to fuck bees. Huey Lewis thing. It just for some reason bees has like a lot of gravitas to it. What the fuck are they doing out there? I wish I would break into a car when I'm not trying to write. Um, the I'll shoot them later, but bees. Yeah, this gets its own line. Bees. The canoe was engulfed in an instant. The cacophonous swarm. The cacophonous swarm blotted out the sun and cast them into a flickering twilight. The canoe was engulfed in an instant. Ugh, it's really hurting. Um, Let me see there. The canoe was engulfed in an instant. Out to dinner, but strength and worth. Thank you. Much obliged. I like that like when we write at like 6 in the morning, we get all kinds of Australians and Kiwis and so forth. I want to move there eventually, so maybe I'll make it happen at some point. I'm gonna have to marry some New Zealand dude. Woof. All rugged and smelling of sheep. Ugh. The canoe was engulfed in an instant. The cacophonous. Mm-hmm. Ugh, can't get this right. Look like hobbits IRL. Ugh. The canoe was engulfed in an instant and cast into cacophony. Now, what do you call the inside of a canoe? Ba-ba-ba-ba. Hogged. Yeah, what do we fucking. Oh, I like. I want him to cling to the thwart. Because later he like, nice. Outer gunwale. So he's like, has a death grip on the gunnel later on. Uh, yeah, I do like him clinging to the thwart. Uh, Wait, what's a yoke? Is there a bow to stern basics? Bow seat. Um, nice. So they definitely have a thwart. Cedar strip canoe. Setting up a canoe. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know why I can't spell cacophony. There we go. Cacophony. Cacophony. Oh yeah, definitely buy is better than. All right, so let me give you. You're doing a gang of work right here, and now getting credited. There we go. I can count 3 separate spaces where you were stolen of your points. Afternoon became flickering. That's not good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just don't think. Yeah. Mm-hmm. In an instant, the canoe was engulfed by a cacophonous swarm. Bees blotted out the sun and obscured the landscape. In a panic, Stirs sunk low to the planks, while Revel rose to his feet. Glad we got impotent in here somewhere. Somebody, you know that video of Julia? Somebody commented on it today, and their comment was, "She doesn't know what you're talking about," and there was like no LOL or whatever. It was like I was like, it was cacophonous. I think it's cacophonous, but let's find out. No, I can't spell this at all.
Cacophonous.
Cacophonous? Ugh. Cacophonous. You're so right. Oh, I'm getting schooled here. All right. I should give you a point just for. I need to give pronunciation points because those are really going to hurt me. Cacophonous. In an instant, the canoe was engulfed by a cacophonous swarm. Bees blotted out the sun and obscured the landscape. In a panic, Stirs sunk low to the planks. I like that a little better. In a panic, Stirs sunk low to the planks. Stirs panicked and sunk low to the planks. I like that we can just have him panic because we set that up earlier. Let's see. We can't have both abruptly and whatever. Revel rose to his feet and flailed his sword at the brood. Revel rose to his feet and impotently flailed his sword at the brood. He might as well. It was as if he were attacking his own shadow. No, we kind of fucked that up, didn't we? The boat rocked wildly. Revel rose to his feet and flailed his sword at the brood, impotent as if he'd attacked his own shadow. I love that part. That was Arrow's contribution right there. The boat rocked wildly from his motions. Mm-hmm. I'll give you a point, by the way, for that abruptly, because it was wrong. Mm-hmm. The oaf was about to tip them over. His efforts only rocked the boat. I like that. That's better. We tipped the Deliveroos, the servers, the cows, the boats. Hell yeah. His efforts only rocked the boat. I like that a little bit better. 'Cause it's not like quite a cliche, right? Because he's literally rocking the boat, but we still get a little of that oomph of he's fucking up the program. Stop! El Shalah shouted. She choked as a wayward bee flew into her mouth. Sturz released his death grip on the gunwale and yanked Revel down by his shirt. El Shalah sputtered and spat out bits of bee. As the others thrashed about, the bird sat serene at the prow and stared silently into the swarm. While they were thrashing about, Yellowhat sat at the prow, still and serene. Staring silently into the swarm. Bees crawled over him and landed. Bees crawled over him and landed in droves on the. Droves is too much. Droves of them landed on him and crawled on the brim of his shapeless hat. He seemed not to notice. That's much better. Much better. So that's his. Yeah. His impotent efforts is better. Revel rose to his feet and flailed his sword at the brood. He might as well have attacked his own shadow. His impotent efforts only rocked the boat. Mm. It was like he'd attacked his own shadow. Mm. This isn't better. God. Look at how fucking far back we... He took no notice. Ugh. Mm-hmm. Oh, Command S, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we worked so hard on that, like the first time around. I do agree. His impotent efforts is better in terms of like avoiding an adverb and so forth, but it just doesn't track. Somehow he didn't notice. He seemed unaware. Uh, mm-hmm. The swarm was concentrated before him. Bees concentrated around the barn. I like concentrated there. Yeah, what's up, Love Freaky? Good Lord. We have been working on this chapter for an entire week. I don't think we have ever struggled as much to finish a chapter as these dumb bees, and it's my own fault. But today, chapter must be completed, or I'm going to blow up the entirety of New York City. This is voicemail with my angry complaints to 311. That's not a serious threat. While the others were thrashing about, Yellowhat sat at the prow, staring silently into the swarm. The bees were most concentrated near the bard. Droves of them landed on him and crawled on the brim of his shapeless hat. He seemed unaware. He didn't seem to care. Mm-hmm. I always spell fluctuated wrong, too. Woof. The swarms picks. The pitch of the swarm fluctuated, and Yellowhat's. Which software do I use? Scrivener. This is just Pages, honestly, and Pages is just out of habit, just because the MacBooks that I could steal. This was like the best situation right there. I'm super past the point of where I need like a very specific word processor, or where I like have to have like a bunch of details obscured or whatever. There, I could do this all in Notepad at this point. I've been doing this for like 20 years. Oh, but apparently not very well, since I still haven't finished this fucking chapter. Ugh. While the others were thrashing about, Yellowhat sat at the prow, staring. While the others were thrashing about, Yellowhat sat at the prow, staring silently into the swarm. The bees were most concentrated near the bard. Droves of them landed on him and crawled on the brim of his shapeless hat. He didn't seem to care. rising and falling in some senseless song. Yellow Hat's mouth moved, as if in answer. Okay. Well, let me see. He didn't seem to care. God, fluctuated. There we go. The pitch of the swarm fluctuated. Mm-hmm. Mm. The pitch of the swarm fluctuated, rising and falling in some senseless song. Let me see. Yeah, stream paused itself on accident while I was tabbed away. Yeah, so this is Pages. It's like the default Mac word processor. I like it because the interface is fairly clean. If you don't make comments in your story, you won't have to see like any part of the interface at all. I think Word has introduced some new thing where they have like a distraction free mode or whatever. But my answer was basically I've been writing for like 20 years, and I could at this point just crank out an entire novel in Notepad if I really needed to. But yeah, like I like the interface of Pages. I'm not a huge Word fan for the most part. I used it back like 10 years ago, or maybe like 5 or 6 years ago. I tried using like a bunch of different apps where, they didn't have like spell check, and um they were nothing but an interface, like nothing but like a cursor and whatever there. But I wound up going with Pages mainly because my phone is an iBoner. Um, that's weird. Um, and the Pages, the iCloud integration, where it's like automatically saving everything, and I can pull it up on my phone and share it to other fellow gays who have iBoners. Um, oh shit. Yeah, that is new from last night. Yeah, what's up? You missed everything so far, Milkness, but we haven't gotten far. So we kept impotent as if he'd attacked his own shadow. So that one was yours. I know. The bard didn't seem to care. The pitch of the swarm fluctuated, rising and falling in some senseless song. Mm-hmm. Was in bed. Shit, I wish I was. I slept sort of okay, I guess. I got like maybe 6 hours. That's not bad. No, I think that's too much. Yeah. His words were lo- his words were lost in the dirge. I like dirge. Not trying to brown nose, but I seem like I have a solid work ethic. If I had a solid work ethic, this shit would already be done. I do manage to finish these books, but yeah, I'm not very happy with our progress thus far. We're almost at like 3 pages a day, which is terrible. We should be at 10. Um, but yeah, I want to get this book done. I think it's a good book, and it would be great for people to be able to read and enjoy it. And to do that, we have to make it much better. Um, the pitch of the swarm fluctuated, rising and falling in some senseless song. Hat seemed to understand. His mouth moved in reply. The words were lost in the dirge. For a moment, El Shalah thought she could see the outline of a face in the swarm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. 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 Do you think we're joking around too much and it's distracting in front? No, I would. If you guys weren't here, I would work like half as much. Like part of the reason for having an audience is to shame me into actually doing work. Because without you, I would do nothing. uh, for and movement, yeah, that's pretty bad. Whatever he said was lost in the dirge. But if he spoke, it was. If he spoke, it was lost in the dirt. Yeah, I like whatever he said. He seemed to answer, but whatever he said was lost in the dirge. Hmm. It was senseless to El Shalah, but Yellowhat seemed to understand. Who's speaking? Let's see. Yeah, it really does need a lot of work. The problem is we're gonna have a bunch of fucking chapters that are this lousy in there. Whew. Uh, the bees were most concentrated near the bard. He didn't seem to care. Somehow, none of them had been stung. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Dirge is a good word. Somehow, no one had been stung yet. Ugh. Uh. No, where's the fucking? Oh, I like where you're going with that, where they were caught insectoid. Insectoid doesn't in Xananik, which is like another one of my books, which you can read for free if you fucking feel like it. Um, somehow no one had been stung yet. The swarm was circling them. I think we use living above for living hail. Bombinating? Oh, I like that. What the hell is that?
Bombinate.
Are you serious? Oh, that's perfect. That's superb. You know, it's I don't know, something about bombardier reminds me of bees, really and truly. Uh, lasted brood, bombinating brood, bombinating brood. The swarm circled them. The swarm encircled them. They were caught in the noisy eye of a bombinating cyclone. Oh, I like that. The swarm encircled the canoe. They were caught in the noisy eye of a bombinating cyclone. Oh, now I'm really a buxom black lass does with her rump during a dance. That does sound. I could make a fucking dance track. Debombinate. Okay, good luck. Thanks for leaving us with that one. Now that's all I can think about. Somehow no one had been stung yet. The swarm encircled the canoe. Trapping them in the noisy eye of a bombinating cyclone. I like that. I really like bombinating cyclone. Um, it's- I want to do something like yeah. No, I found bombinating, but but yeah, like a lot of superb nonsense has been incorporated into the story. It really, like, there's a lot of. I feel like the editing stream is injecting a lot of fun into this story. Like a lot of places where we can just, like, be like, all right, we're injecting like a little bit of humor into a narrative that I think was like taking itself a little bit too seriously. At the same time, I don't want this shit to get like Terry Brooks level goofy, but I think Terry Brooks was like a little unintentionally goofy there. So I want to be self aware of what we're doing. But I like a lot of the additions that we've had here. Should it be his death grip on the gunwale or the thwart? I'll ignore that for right now. Somehow no one had been stung yet. The swarm encircled the canoe, trapping them in the noisy eye of a bombinating cyclone. The pitch was the swarm's pitch was flexion. God, mooncalf. Ridiculous. His mouth moved, If he spoke, it was lost in the dirge. I like that better. His mouth moved, but his words were lost in the dirge. For a moment, El Shalah could make out the outline of a woman's face. There was a quiver in the air, as if she considered Yellow Hat's answer. Oh, I don't like that, whatever. Mm-hmm. For a moment, El Shalah thought she saw the outline of a woman's face in the swarm. There was a quiver in the air, as if there was a quiver in the air, as if the brood was considering the bard's reply. Yellow Hat had answered, unwisely. And I want to make that work, but it doesn't. It does not work. Mhm. I kind of like this. Yellow Hat had fucked up. Uh, no, drone here is just like the sound of the bees. Mm-hmm. Let's make it droning. The droning grew louder and built into a furious roar. Mm-hmm. Oh shit! Is that really lit up? Lit up. If you don't know what the book is about, you can look at the description of the YouTube channel, and it has a chapter by chapter synopsis. I don't know why I'm telling you that because you won't read it. Yeah, shout outs to appearing on the D&D stream last night, which was not, we didn't live stream it on this channel. It was just like the prep session. But next Monday on this channel, you will be able to see a live streamed Dungeons and Dragons thing that I'll be DMing. But, lol. Let's see. God damn it. Fucking VPN's reconnecting. It's going to take me a second to see your chats. If indeed I shall get to see them. Oh, so the Spathy Napalm Dreaming. If you could repeat that chat. Oh, hold on. Give me like 30 seconds and then repeat your last lines. Just because this fucking Tunnel Blick is fucking garbage, basically. Authorizing, getting configuration. It had been connected for, wait, 10 gigs of shit? What the fuck did you get 10 gigs of? It's annoying. Yeah, I gotta log back into the entire fucking thing. Why am I even on a VPN? Okay, so I see, oh shit, it's lit up. Maybe it will pop up. Chat disconnected. Oh shit, it's lit up. His answer did not spark joy, and then not if I have anything to say. Angie's gonna be barefoot in the kitchen. Puppy can play in her place. Are you really like gonna do this lit up? Not wise, nigga. Yeah, message me privately and I shall tell you a tale. But I'll be sleeping probably. Okay, cool. Yeah, that could be a problem. But I digress. I didn't realize you were just trolling me. The droning grew louder and built into a furious roar. Yellowhat had angered the swarm. Mm-hmm. I sent a screenshot to IRC. All right, let me take a look. Oh, it's probably in Teens for Christ. Yeah, oh, you messaged. There we go. Let me see if any of this was important. High fantasy version of Deliverance, not being raped by hillbillies. There we go. Okay, cool. Cool. That's vital information for me to get right there. The droning grew louder. The droning built into a furious roar. Yellowhat had angered the swarm. Should we call him the bard there? The bard had angered the swarm. Sure as the hook was the first to be stung. As he swatted the back of his neck, another stinger pierced his palm. In a second, he was stung a dozen times. Yeah, extremely vital. Break out the banjo. Stirs the hook was the first to be stung. As he swatted the back of his neck, another stinger pierced his palm. That was enough for the hook. You got a purty hook, boy. Squeal like a shant. Is this Elder Scrolls fan fiction? A little bit, yeah. Nah, shit was around before that. A second later, he'd been stung a dozen times. That was enough for the hook. You wouldn't even hear the splash. That was enough for the hook. I like this is the first time that I've called him the hook here. Um, would the be capitalized? Yeah, I think it would be. Oh, it's so hokey. I like it though. I'm keeping that. Stirs the hook was the first to be stung. As he swatted the back of his neck, another stinger pierced his palm. A second later, he'd been stung a dozen times. That was enough for the hook. Stirs howled and leapt overboard. Yeah, leapt overboard into the river. Yellow Hat was frozen still, covered in bees. Only El Shalah had her wits about her. Let's say something that, like she was in command, or only El. Let's work on it. Stirrers. A second later. Oh yeah, that is a good comment. All right, so let me M dash. I'm gonna give Spate the 2 right there because he fixed a couple of different things. Oh damn, man, I'm gonna catch up with Logic if he's not careful. Um, a second later, he'd been stung a dozen times. That was enough for the hook. Stirrers howled and leapt overboard into the river. I like that. Let's make it that he can't fucking swim. I don't think he has to swim anywhere else in the story, and it makes a lot of sense. Like we said that he'd never been out of Laz and so forth, um, or maybe he's just like a poor swimmer. That would make a little bit more sense, because he does live by the ocean, right? Yeah, I think it's too much to make somebody who lives in a city like full of docks where the water is like relatively temperate part of the year. He would know how to swim, man. He'd have gone to a beach and gotten his dick sucked at some point in his life. Hmm. Only El Shalah could save them. I like that. Yeah. Under incredible duress, she began to invoke a spell. Mm-hmm. The spell surged into being. The river rose in a ring and crashed together. Oh, wait. Let's take a look. Pictorial symbol used in ritualistic magic. Huh. Yeah, I think that works. So, who's going to get that point? Napalm Dreaming was first, so Milkness. Oh, I think we use those in Master Arcanist too. Altercations. Huh. Oh, I like that words as argument. Unit of language. Ooh, I like morpheme. Mm-hmm. All right, so let me give you that point before I forget. No, it doesn't quite work. No, you can't chant words. It's not. That's not the same. What are you really doing? She pushed away the bolts of pain that shot through her body and hissed words of power through her clenched teeth. Let's take out the possessive. Utterances. Yeah, incantation. No, it's not right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I like arcane assertions. Obiter dictum. What the fuck is that?
Obiter dictum.
Oh, can we just use dicta? Yeah, I'm down with dicta. There we go. Shout outs to Oswald Bolka and his dicta. Let's see if we can find something better than arcane. Dynamic dicta. What if they're crackling dicta? Yeah, I like that. And his crackling dicta through clenched teeth. I like that. It makes it very like sibilant. And I like the idea that like her teeth are cracking. Yeah, big dicta. She pushed away the bolts of pain. Um, oh, cool. Yeah, I'm going to a concert tomorrow. No, that's not. She ignored the bolts of pain that shot through her body and hissed crackling dicta through clenched teeth. Thank you, Zeros. That is the perfect word. She ignored the bolt. Here, let's. God, this is hard. I want like refused. Uh, yeah. Repudiate? Can we do that? Dismiss is like probably. Yeah. She dismissed the bolts of pain that shot through her body and hissed, crackling. Then we got dismissed and hissed. She dismissed the bolts of pain that shot through her body and hissed, crackling dicta through clenched teeth. She trained up. El Shalah had trained all her life for this. Pain was power. Fear was focus. I like that. Yeah, repudiate. I agree. It's kind of a bit contrived. Mm-hmm. Um, she dismissed the pain blooming all over her body. Blooming is not because like I guess bolt shooting through or whatever. It's not quite accurate. You know, you see what I'm saying right there? I do like that. Arath had trained her for this all her life. Arath had trained El Shalah for this all her life. No, let's just take out all her life. Yeah. Arath had trained El Shalah for this. Uh, mhm. Arath had trained her for this. El Shalah dismissed the bolts of pain that shot through her body and hissed crackling dicta through clenched teeth. By the way, that's definitely a proficiency check. Like casting through your teeth like this is very difficult. Mm-hmm. Arath had trained her for this. Pain was power. Fear was focus. Arath had trained her for this, and she could walk. I like that a little better. Pain was power. Fear was focus. Because we have the earlier section where she's like toddling along after him, and like, I want to learn the magic spell to turn the withered into glass. Both of you were trying to. I'm gonna give that one to Milkness because she got it first there. Whew. But yeah, y'all are on the same page. The spell surged into being. Let's think about that. Existence is better. I like the spell surged into substance. Let's take a look. Existence is a little bit better, I think. Surge into reality. Yeah, let's do existence. It's better than being. The spell surged into substance. Huh. Substance versus existence. The spell surged into existence. Yeah, yeah, that's better. So 500 gallons here. Visualize 1,000 gallons. So there's a 1,000-gallon vertical tank. I want an image of a 1,000-gallon tank. 2,000-gallon propane. That's pretty big. The Rakar rose in a ring. Okay, so this is 1,000 gallons. That's not enough. It would be more than 1,000 gallons of water. Mm-hmm. Let's take a look there. I like the river rose. I know what you're saying. The consecutive, yeah, the spell surged into existence. Oh, I see what you're saying. The Rakar shuddered. No, I don't like that. Yep. Oh, what's up, Dragomir CM? I was like, yo. I hope that wasn't the salute you were going for. I was like more like, but you know, I don't discriminate. I'll take all the readers I can get. How's the writing going? Did I kill my main characters yet? Nah. Usually don't kill characters until close to the end of the book. You know, you get some use out of them there. It's like you don't pop your tires before your ex leaves you. You do it afterward. So it's simply a wave. I I always think of when I see the 07, I think of somebody doing this number. Like, huh? Where the fuck's that? Oh, all right. What do we got there? That's the one. Oh yeah. To me, they just appear as the text. The only character that I got was like that one dude's head. Oh, is that guy like Monkus or I forget. I don't know the Twitch emotes. I know it's a famous one. Maybe that's Poggers or whatever. And my dual stream, yeah, we're on YouTube, and yeah, you can see. Maybe you can see the icon for which one it is on each one of these. But yeah, we're multi-streaming because viewers are lazy. No, it's because I'll eventually get banned off of Twitch, so I need to have a backup. The spell surged into existence, and the river rose, and the spell surged into existence. I'm gonna give Spathe that point because we wound up using his suggestion after I fucked around with it for like 30 seconds trying to get a hang on it. Technically, as long as you don't become an affiliate, it's okay. No, it's definitely not okay. They'll get me at some point. I think I am an affiliate. Maybe not on this account. Um, I had something going on with this thing, but let me see. Okay, I just got invited to this concert. Oh, so I guess I'm taking the D train. That's cool. The river rose around the canoe in a frothing ring and crashed overhead. You can always stream on Twitch and upload the VODs 24 hours later on YouTube. Yeah, nobody's going to do that. I always liked Restream. I thought it was pretty decent. They're like a good service. All right. Tens of thousands of bees. The river rose around the canoe in a frothing ring and crashed overhead, forming a dome. Mm-hmm. Reaction stream of a dog reacting to your YouTube live stream is there. Mm-hmm. Forming a thick dome. What's a bee do that's like thrashing but is not thrashing? Da, da, da. Convulsing is closing. That's not. Mm-hmm. I like agitation. Mm-hmm. Mm, so not. I still didn't find it. It's like they're like twitching. Uh, they. It's really really difficult to describe this because like essentially they're it's like a shell forming over them, and there are bees like caught in that skin of water. Um, uh, Churning. It was right there. Uh, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. Oh, actually I like churning right there. That tens of thousands of bees churned in the watery ward, twitching and drowning. Ugh. Blah. The river rose around the canoe in a frothing ring. Overhead, uh, the river rose around the canoe in a frothing ring and crashed overhead, forming a thick dome. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She loads of bees. There we go. Uh, I'm going to give you another point. I missed something from you, Spathiwa. So you're at 43. I think I give you a point for that, but yeah, that definitely fixed that issue. The swarm was squelched. Thousands of bees churned and drowned, trapped in the swirling ward. Inside the dome, the terrible drowning died to the confused buzzing of individual bees. I really like this. I like that we added motion and like froth and so forth in this crazy watery ward. Like the impulse is just to make it like clear, like gelatin, but river water foams up like fucking crazy. Closing in on the Comic King, Logic is just, he's been slacking. Yeah, you could be the editor for this book if you have the time. No, I'll have to send you like a different color of hat. Did you ever get that fancy hat? Did that ever come back to you? Or is it lost in the wilderness of the subcontinent? There was no time to rejoice. El-Shalad had saved them all. El-Shalad had saved them all, but there was no time to rejoice. You like vast volume. Um, Unrelenting turmoil of the raging waters squelched the scorn. You sent a photo of the hat. Oh, I forget that. Oh, you want a yellow hat for the? Oh my god! All right. I think you're absolutely right. If you win the Edit Ace hat, and hold on, give me a sec here. So this is not all for nothing, you know. If you have the most edits that are accepted in the story, and they have to be good to get accepted, you will be given top billing in the book. Like you can see here, this is the last book that we edited. On the first page, we have a special thanks to the squadron, and the person who had the most accepted edits was Logic with 122 edits. He got to put a line into the book. I warn you to kill those you have defeated. Dope. Also, you get this hat, the Edit Ace hat, and it will be a yellow one for the story. That is a brilliant. I'm giving Milkness a point just for that idea because I think it's fucking genius. So yeah, it's not. You guys are unpaid, but there is a chance to win a hat. And I'll make the Edit Ace part black there. So, God, now I want that fucking yellow hat. That sounds amazing. Maybe I'll put like the RAPAXORIS text along the back or whatever there, which looks like this. Boom, big RAPAXORIS. But yeah, I might do a special edition of the hat for this one now. Man, you better race for that hat, though. It's not easy to get. Just the amount of work that goes into winning one of these hats is stupendous. It really is. It's like you worked for a solid month to get a hat. I feel bad. Um, okay, let me take a look at Dragomir's thing. I don't think it's correct to say the swarm was squelched. The roar of the swarm was squelched at once. Okay, yeah. I'm actually going to give you a point there just because that was wrong. So congratulations, you are on the board. Yeah. Um, we have a pungent culture. Is it really pungent? Um, yeah, it's well, no, like a month of total hours that you put into it, like a work month, like 160 hours of your time. Because generally these run like between 200 total hours and like 300 total hours on my part, just of editing. And even if you're not here for all of them, you'll like to win the ace thing. You got to be here for like probably about half of it. Um, the roar of the swarm was squelched. Oh, okay. I like that. I can't wear a hat and edit. Fucking yeah, it's keeping my brainwaves from flowing up to jaw. It's hurting me. Okay, so anyhow, Dragomir, congratulations on your first point on our edit board. Eventually, we'll have enough people that I'll rig this up so it's easier to do. But now, we're doing it the old way. El Shalad saved them all. But there was no time to rejoice. In her haste, she'd made the ward far too thick. Her will was not strong enough to suspend the vast volume of water. Such a huge volume of water. We can just say such a huge volume. No, we need the of water. The restaurant I ordered from just called to tell me that they can't give me the dessert I ordered because they ran out of it. I told them I already paid for it, so they decided to give me 2 other desserts. I'm happy I got free treats. Oh, gangsta. Uh, yeah. I want to use a vast volume, just doesn't work. I like it because it's VV, but her will was not strong enough to suspend such an enormous volume of water. This, caramelized goby. Ugh. Oh, and I'm too fat too. I have to slim the fuck down, so I don't get to have any of that. Oh, it always happens when I start dating somebody. That's like a free ticket to put on 10 pounds. They ran out of goby. Yeah, like I'm about that candied Atacama. Get it? Atacama. Whoa, whoa, what the fuck? El Shalad saved them all, but there was no time to rejoice. In her haste, she'd made the ward far too thick. Her will was not strong enough to suspend it. Hers was waning. Her will was not strong enough to suspend it. I don't think we need to quantify it. Um, what would this be like? What would this character? So I've seen shit like this go before, but usually it was where me and my friends had filled like a whole garbage can full of water, and like it took four of us to lift it up and dump it down the stairwell onto a guy that had guard duty below. Oh my god, there's so much water. It fucking nailed him. So they live by the ocean, so they would know about big ass waves. They wouldn't necessarily know about tsunamis. I don't know that those are like really a cultural thing in this part of the world. It's definitely not something I've established. And the word tsunami kind of knocks me out of the story because it's so Japo. Hopefully that's not a slur. If it is, I'm sorry to any Japonese, which is also a slur. Let me stop while I'm ahead. I'm sorry. But is it a slur? God, you can't say anything these days. Well, they're just going to have to forgive me. Her will was not strong enough to suspend it. Let's see. Mm-hmm. So this is like how much water are we talking about here? We're really talking about like about 5,000 gallons of water it took to like form a dome. Because if we think about the canoe, uh, and honestly, like I'm not too thrilled about the use of the unit gallon um, being dumped onto these people right here. I don't think that we get anywhere by. So the thing is the canoe we know is like 20 feet long. That's how long a 4 foot canoe is. So if we're thinking about it, we have to say that it's like a 25-foot dome of water. Let's say that the dome is like 1 foot thick. As I'm doing the math, yeah, and we describe it as a thick dome too. It might be like 2 feet thick or whatever. So it could be fun to do a. I want to know. Uh, yeah. Yeah, I want to do. I want to know the volume. Hmm. Volume of a hollow sphere calculator. Um, so let's do the radius one. And we're gonna do feet because it's a fantasy. So the radius one. This is the interior radius. This would be 23 feet, and the radius two, the R2, in megaparsecs, gigameters, furlongs. Hands. Um, let's have that be 23 feet, and that's be 25 feet. Um, and then we'll do cubic feet. Um, have we got this right? Should these be flipped? So it's saying that it's a negative. I should have done this in meters because then I could make some fucking sense of it. A volume of a hollow sphere is two constants in Archimedes. From the focus to any point of a curve, radius 2, and then convert volume of a hollow sphere. Yeah, I'm not too happy that it's negative. I should be able to look at this formula and figure out what's happening. Okay, so minus the radius 2. Okay, so radius 2 is supposed to be the smaller one. I'm pretty sure. 23 and then 25. Because we're just subtracting the smaller radius from there, according to that formula. So when we calculate this, so we're looking at 15,000 cubic feet of water. Convert 15,000, 100,000 gallons of water. Holy shit! Yeah. That's what I. That's fucking crazy. But we had a sphere, right? So if we think about the dome as being a hemisphere, then necessarily the hemisphere, we're talking about like 50,000 gallons of water. That's fucking crazy right there. That's a huge amount of power to put into an apprentice right there when we're thinking about what she's able to do. And she did it like in a, so we can justify this, right? But the idea of somebody who's, and this is a good point to like really think about how we're going to do magic in the story and like how big of a deal it is. She needs to be just totally fucking wrecked by this expenditure. She's done for the day after she does this. The idea of somebody moving, and water is one of those things where, you know, a little of it is hugely, yeah, that's a crazy fucking dome of water. So 12 by 24 would be 5 by whatever. Yeah, I mean, it tracks with like the size of this dome that we're making. So there's a lot of cubic feet of water. Yeah, because it's bigger. It's bigger than just like a swimming pool, which is just like this flat contained area. It's like a 25-foot sphere that we bisected. So that's close enough. Whatever the case, it's a tremendous amount of power that this person should be expending. Her will was not enough to suspend it. Yeah, that's a lot of fucking water right there. So I want to make that just a trend of every time that we have like an amount of magical force that is expended, we think about just like how much energy we're really talking about, and try to make it like internally consistent so that each character's like level of power and so forth makes some sort of sense because it really is like a lot. And a lot of this is just, I'm getting old and less willing to just be like, oh, there's magic and so forth. But that's a lot of juice that we're talking about right here. If you were to, like in wheelbarrows, just move water, like just pick it up in a 5-gallon bucket and throw it in a wheelbarrow and move it, like, let's say, to your neighbor's car where you'd sealed up the windows and were just pouring it into the top with a funnel to make their car into an aquarium. This would take you all goddamn morning. So, if you failed. The hell was that? Oh, is that fucking my homie Eric? Ba 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 ba. Yeah. Well, we're still working through this guy. How long have I got? God, it's 8:54 already. I really wanted this chapter to be done today, but I keep getting hung up on the minutiae of it there. Hold on, let me deal with this guy. Fuck. Let me see. Yeah, why did YouTube chats stop fucking relaying? That's weird. But yeah, IRC Clown went down. So I can now see IRC Clown again. Um, oh, and then Logic sent me like a billion messages and so forth. Yeah, it's like the whole world is against me ever finishing this thing. So I don't know why Restream didn't do it. You should be calculating the difference between the solid volume of the interior diameter and the exterior diameter. Solid sphere. YouTube chats we're not getting through. Good job. Yeah, this is vital information. Uh, all right, so I'm checking back to the whole thing, but yeah, let's see. Okay, cool. Yeah, I wonder why Restream is fucked up. Let me take a look at the dashboard. It's showing YouTube is offline, but hopefully this is still coming through. It shows that it's still recording to me. Yeah, Restream just from. Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh, it logged me the fuck out. That's weird. Yeah. Da, 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 da. Okay, now it shows that it's online. And now I can potentially redo this thing. Test. Okay. Do I see? I see a test for myself up there. Yeah. So while this is there's some room to improve here. We're just getting to this part. Generally, it's going to take like 3 or 4 passes of rewriting to get there. So I will ping back and forth between these two, so I don't miss any vital chats. There was no time to rejoice. In her haste, Elshallah. Mm-hmm. Is it working yet? No, it's not relaying YouTube chat. Maybe whatever fluctuation fucked up IRC clown was on the same AWS whatever. Or I guess Google has their own nonsense. Um, but I can read your chats in the YouTube feed, and I can sort of see when people say things on the other one. So, but we're running out of time anyway. Pretty soon, people are going to start pestering me to teach their children. But I don't want to. I want to write about bees and river water. Mm-hmm. Oh, you have a meeting? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like gouts a little bit better. I do like gouts too because it reminds me of a fountain. Gouts of river water and dead bees. Sorry, that's a point for big milkness right there. Bouncing between our live chats right there. Oh, now it's working again. Yeah, now I'm seeing YouTube chats flowing through the system once more. The glitch in the matrix has been fixed. Yay. Gushing gouts. I think I have that DVD. Um, Jesus. Inner haste. The dome rumbled in gouts of dead bees. I don't think I can do piss down at them. The spell rumbled. There was no time to rejoice. In her haste, El Shalad made the ward too thick. Her will was not strong enough to suspend so much water for long. The spell began to crack, spitting gouts of dead bees. Honestly, I kind of like pissing gouts of dead bees. Heated FNet, $170 USD. Jesus. Um, I do like pissing gouts of dead bees. I can see it in my mind's eye. I'm keeping it. The spell began to crack, pissing gouts of dead bees into the canoe. Oh, how can we describe this? How do you describe fucking something like 30 or 40,000 gallons of water hitting you? Uh, it's like a sheet of water. Yeah. The dome cracked and a wall of water smashed them into the river. All right, that's closer. Um, 170 New Zealand dollars for NordVPN. That's fucking crazy. You could just give Jayware like use his IRC clown for free. But the dome finally tore asunder. I don't know how I feel about them sundering domes. Let me take a look right here. Gold-plated VPN, far more reliable than private internet access was for you. Yeah, well, I mean, fucking private internet access is run by Andrew Lee, so good luck. God, $170 for NordVPN. Can't you just use Opera and they got like a free VPN on there? I don't know. For some web IRCs. The dome shattered. Mm-hmm. The giant. Oh, Jihad. Oh, watch out for fucking Jihad. Not a good dude. That's my estimation, though. He would say the same thing about me. But yeah, I don't like that guy. Yeah, it doesn't. The sheet really doesn't work for me. Hmm. He disappeared ages ago from Philo. Yeah, I'm not sorry to see that motherfucker go. Not in the slightest. Just have a bad feeling about that guy. He was in another social group that I was in right there, and I I remember is some of these people I still like quite a bit. He was just like one of these offshoot channels, and I was just like just joining the group and starting to make friends, and then Jihad came in, and he's like, "Ooh, you know that guy's like former GNAA," ugh. And he just really slimed up the whole fucking works, and I could just see it was just like Jihad is insecure that there's like a new person in this whole thing, and he's just being a cunt, and that view of him has never changed since then. I've always thought that that guy was kind of a cunt, and I don't want him around. He ran ED. It was hilarious, and I realized I had a page on there. Yeah, yeah. They honestly like. I know a few different people that are involved in ED. I think the current guy that runs it right now, the real ED, is on there, and like a few of those people, like Meepsheep, I like and so forth, but it's not a good look to be involved with that project. It really does. There are some sinister motherfuckers on there, and I usually don't like that level of meanness for its own sake. I've never really enjoyed that because I usually think that it's informed from a deficiency in somebody's own character. Like the kind of online mischief that I like is informed by like absurdity and people having a good time. The page had been taken down. He found out that we were pals in Philo, and he had it both back. Oh, well, that's a heartwarming story right there. But yeah, I've always felt like a clear distinction between the type of people that I like to hang out with, who do like to get up to like some crazy shit on the internet, and people who are just kind of like vindictive and cruel. Um, yeah, yeah. That's fucking ridiculous right there. The spell shattered. A wall of water crashed down, smashing against the canoe and sinking it. Yeah, I like that. I like the wall of water aspect of it right there. He was very good pals with Emmy then, and I dug her, so I was just running around Philo having fun with new people, basically. Um, yeah, he rationalized it by saying those pictures are somewhere. The E equals MC. I didn't know you were homies with E equals MC squared. She's a huge patron of my show right there. I'm like a little worried about the Colorado set of people out there. It seems like they all got like whacked on methamphetamine at the same time, and they all say they're not on meth, but then they chat like they're on meth. So, um, yeah, I know both of those Emmys actually right there. R.I.P. And hopefully not pre-R.I.P. to E, but you know what I'm saying there. Oh shit, George Washington has joined the set. Yeah, we're really doing it today. They were struck by a wall of water. Yeah, yeah. The spell shattered. Mm-hmm. Spoke to her last on PM. Yeah, we'll check in with her right there because like I'm a huge fan of the support that she shows for the show, and from time to time she and Phobos will get super fucked up and call in, and it's usually a good time. Yeah, I think it's a big improvement here. It's so much better than the shit that we had before. This chapter really needed our help, and we're doing good work. And I'm gonna keep writing even though I'm supposed to be at work. A wall of water crashed down. Yeah, she'll call in. Worried not. I really should check in on Meep Sheep too. I was worried about that guy. Like it's like half he found like this new. I think he's getting married to some lady in Brazil, which is good. He needs some stability in his life. But the other half is like he was clearly going wild on drugs and like ripped some people off apparently. And all right, hold on, I have to get rid of this idiot. I like that. I'm just like ZZZPT. They can fucking change Nicks all they want. I don't care. I got a story to write. El Shalah tumbled in the darkness, too spent to swim. She was wrenched out of the river. Mm-hmm. A wall of water crashed onto the canoe and smashed them beneath the surface. El Shalah tumbled in the darkness, too spent to swim. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. On the muddy banks of the Rakar. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, that's wild. A strong hand caught her and dragged her to the shore. So I took out the S there. Um, Sam in the water, following Frodo in his canoe, and finally being. I do like Fisher. I like that. I like that. It's a good edit. I like the use of that verb right there. Let me see. Yeah, I never read Nerd of the Rings, so I should do that at some point. It's definitely a missing part of my whole. Oh, cool. I'm getting 3 pounds of coffee delivered today. I was almost out. El Shalah tumbled in the darkness, too spent to swim. Before the void could swallow her, strong hands fished her from the river and dragged her to the shore. Why is canoe capitalized? I stole the 3 books one at a time from my primary school. Nobody had rented them in like a decade, so I just stuffed them under my jump. Wow, you stole the Lord of the Rings. Um, no, 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 don't worry about it. I Dune is like closer to a fantasy than it is science fiction, really and truly. Um, the science fiction elements of it are mostly mystical, like the like use of spice to see the pathways between the different and the sandworms and so forth. It really does blur the line a little bit between a fantasy and whatever. So you're in the right spot. And they have like their own language, and yeah, it's a deep focus on a culture that is in many ways like a throwback to like the like a legendary Bedouin past that we had previously. So yeah, it's more of a fantasy than most of what I would consider science fiction of its era. Although the lines were like kind of blurred back then, and like I guess that's Silver Age. Although it seems like it's later in the Silver Age. Whew. But yeah, huge fan of both of those there. What was the first fantasy novel that I can like remember is probably like Dragons of Autumn Twilight or something like that. I know I had read like R.A. Salvatore stuff before there. Um, but the first one where I was like, holy shit, like this is where it's at was like the first of the Dragonlance books, and I read all those and the like Test of the Twins and all that. that's where I really started getting into fantasy. And then actually before I read that one, I read Pools of Radiance, which is terrible, right? It's just not a good book. Um, and then I I have a few memories that I can't relate on stream concerning it. It's just not good, but I loved it anyway. I was like, oh, there's like magicians, and somebody has a ring of three wishes, and yeah, yeah. I never got into Pern. I could never get into Anne McCaffrey, and I may be too old for it now. But yeah, I think I read like every single like Icewind Dale and like all the R.A. Salvatore's Drow stuff, like everything Forgotten Realms. I just devoured. Um, fantasy to sci-fi with her, the Rowan. I should give her another shot, honestly, because I like the concept of people who are like where you extrapolate out the whole equestrian thing and try to say something about the culture. I think it's Sherry S. It's either C.J. Sherry, or I think it's C.J. Sherry. Um, uh, it's Cherry with an H for some fucking reason. Has a story called Grass about a feudal society on a different planet that I found really interesting. Uh, Belagriad. I don't know what the hell that is. So apparently not. Stirs and Revel managed to save Yellow Hat. High Fantasy. Dave Eddings, the Belgariad. I haven't read that one. No, I think I know um, what you're talking about. Sparhawk stuff and so forth. Yeah, I'm not as well read as I really need to be. I honestly I need to just start going to bed at 8 o'clock and just reading for like an hour or two every night, and you know, fitter, happier, not drinking so much. I really need to get my shit in gear because I'm trying to read Blindness at the moment, and it's just starting to get good. And just last night, I guess I spent all night like working on that D&D thing, so I have an excuse. But all right, let's see if we can't finish this chapter. Mm-hmm. Lunge forward, coughing out water and bees. When she recovered enough to sit up, El Shalah found Stirs and Revel had managed to save Yellowhat in the canoe. Many of their supplies had washed away. Stirs had kept his hook, of course. Stirs had held onto his hook, of course. Mm-hmm. God, look at all this. Look at all this effort that we put into making something out of this. Like, just hundreds of words of just me trying to make some sense of this horse shit. Roar, rushing, bolt of pain. Azarath had taught her. There's like 1,000 words of just floundering, trying to get this rocking canoe afloat, hurl them into the river. Yelped and vaunt. Yeah, earlier, like, we've so many words of impossible to hear them. Look at all these fragments, like bits of bees that we're spitting out. 1,500 words. This is why this took like a week to do. Spit out bits of bees, living hail, nearly getting his fingers chopped off. All this is stuff like that. There we go. So then we get to where the chapter started. What's Blush Moonscape? Oh, no, we're not doing that. It's not going down that way. Yeah, the guts of the bee comes out, continues to pump in your skin. I think. I don't think we can use beleaguered. That old fishhook is going to come into the story a little bit later. Um, El Shalah turned and gasped. The bard. The bard had been hard bitten by hundreds of stings. He stripped off his clothes and was digging the stingers out of himself with an old fishhook. Hat, are you all right? And so I want to have him. Okay, cool. Yes, of course. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. He's earned the he's earned that old cane. Need cane, he reminded her. I like that. This time she agreed completely. Yes, of course. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's getting late for me, so I'm gonna head out and get ready for bed. Have a great stream. Yeah, it's going really well. We're almost done with this mother right here, and I'm very hopeful that I will complete it before I get summoned back to the DOE. Oof. El Shalah found the glass bottle. El Shalah found the cane bottle, built into the silver cap. Okay. Oh yeah, I went to some of those glowworm caves. They're dope. Um, yeah, yeah. God, I think I went to. I think I was on the southern island, where I saw the glowworm caves. Yeah. Well, all drugs are beautiful in their way. All right. Okay. Wait, Tomo. What the fuck was that? Stirs demanded. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I deleted it though. Yeah.
Hmm. No, he's begging there. He's not. He's not urging. He is begging. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, we got to read through. We'll have to edit this part again tomorrow. But now we just got to roll forward. I want to finish this chapter. Let me see. No, no. Oh yeah, we originally called it an acrid yellow prune. Yeah, acrid is important there because we just need to maintain like as pretty as this looks and everything like that. It's disastrous for his body.
And we need to get a little bit more into that. One of the things that I really want to work on is working out how this addiction works throughout the course of it. I want to keep it consistent, like how high he gets. And there are many things that we can work on in that whole thing. Yep. How complete is joy, how shameless is need. Okay. Okay, and then we have this whole fucking chapter that we need to complete. It's 10 o'clock. All right, so I got to stop here. But this is like much more of a powerful chapter. I thought what we got right here. I think the face in the bees is like much more interesting than some little flying monkey or whatever. And yeah, it's a good Control S. It's a good little bit of it, but we still have not finished this fucking chapter. So I'm gonna give you one more point for that suggestion right there. So on day 19, I keep hoping that I'll get into a groove with this. Day 19. We 11 by 11 is kind of cool there. I don't know that it's exactly what I want to do. Let's take a look. I spent 4 hours and 4 minutes on this. Oh. Okay. It's ridiculous right there. Yeah, it's just kind of a ludicrous fucking farce that we're spending so long on it, but it clearly has to be done, right? That chapter was not good, and it's my own fault for not writing it good the first time. But yeah, I have to hope that we'll pick up the pace. Jesus. Get into the groove. I like pinch of envy and twinge of disgust. Ah, he sighed. Yellow Hat sighed in ecstasy. Boom. Ah, Yellow Hat sighed in ecstasy. The others watched. The others watched with keen interest. Each felt a pinch of envy and a twinge of disgust. How complete is joy. How shameless is need. Oh, love that. I love it. I mean, that's one of the core, like, this is what's interesting about addiction and people who can't control themselves. All that is superb. Okay, unabashed ecstasy. Oh, yeah, we're still here. 4 hours in, and I still have like 2 pages left to go in this fucking chapter. Ugh, what a monolith. But what do we get through here? We re-edited. Just 1,400 words. but we have literally rewritten every single word in this chapter like 4 or 5 times. And honestly, like increasingly, like I'm becoming aware that this is what it takes to write something that is commercially viable, right? I think RAPAXORIS has a good chance of getting picked up by a publisher, and Jesus, just like the scale of revising that I have to do. This chapter should run for president. It's got the tenacity right there. So let's put in that we did 1450. Yeah. Yeah, I really have got to pick up the ball. But that said, like it's hard to feel bad about a day where we're getting some good work done. So thank you so much to Spathiwa and Milkness and Dragomir and everybody that helped out a little bit. Even Lit Up helped in his own little way. Let me get back to it and see what's wrong with port 80. Everybody, thank you. And